Good morning, Mayor. Yes, it is 9 o'clock.
Good morning, everyone. Can we rise for the pledge, please?
Good morning. This is an agenda review meeting of the El Paso City Council for Monday, July 29, 2024. Mayor Leeser is present and presiding in council chambers along with Mayor Pro Tem Kennedy, Alternate Mayor Pro Tem Molinar, Representative Salcido, and Representative Rivera. It is 9 o'clock a.m.
Great, 9 on the dot. If we could start with, we'll start with agenda review. And item number 3 always. Good morning. Hold on one second real quick. Her microphone's not on.
Hello? Okay.
There you go. Thank
There
you.
you go. Good morning. How are you all? Shane Brooks with the airport. Item number 3 is a resolution that the city manager be authorized to sign an overhead electrical easement to El Paso Electric Company to provide electric power to the property located at 3640 Global Reach.
Thank you, ma'am. Item 4.
Good morning, David Panko, Aviation Department Foreign Trade Zone Manager. Item number 4 is a resolution that the Director of Aviation or designee be authorized to submit an application for a minor boundary modification, subzone expansion, to bring a new property into the foreign trade zone.
Thank you. Item 5.
Good morning, Mayor, City Council.
Good morning, Chief.
Good morning, sir. Chief Talamantes. This item number 5, is a resubmittal for an already approved item by City Council with some language that the granting agency required, and it's basically to add, provide financial assistance to the City of El Paso Police Department to combat catalytic theft converter.
Thank you, Chief. Item 6.
Good morning,
morning,
Dion
ma'am.
Mack, Deputy City Manager for Quality of Life. Item number 6 is to amend our current public art master plan to include 2 projects that are going into design. The Restley Extension, which is part of the 2022 Progress Bond, our new Central Regional Command project, which is going into design, and also to increase the amount of dollars that we have allocated for an airport project.
Thank you, ma'am. Item 7. Item 7, please. There she is. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Yvette Hernandez, CID. Item number 7 is a resolution authorizing the city manager to sign an agreement for professional services by and between the City of El Paso and via partnership of Foreign Limited Liability Partnership, LLP, and this is for the development of a 10-year public art master plan for the Museums and Cultural Affairs Department. This is for a total contract amount not to exceed $100,000 for a term of 1 year.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Item 8. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Mary Lou Espinosa, Capital Assets Manager for the Real Estate Division. Item number 8 is a resolution authorizing the city manager to sign a possession and use agreement with TxDOT for early access to the property located on Artcraft Road.
Thank you, ma'am. Item 9.
Item 9 is a resolution authorizing the city manager to sign a lease agreement with Air Methods for the fire station number 35 for the helicopter pad.
Thank you. Item 10.
Item number 10 is a resolution authorizing the city manager to sign a ground lease with Air Methods for the aviation and clinical crew base site at Fire Station 35.
Thank you. Item 11. Good morning.
Good morning. Mayor and Council, Isaura Valdez, Tax Deputy Administrator, Tax Office. Item 11 is a resolution designating the tax officer collector or their designee as a designated officer or employee for the city in compliance with Section 26.04 of the Texas Property Code to calculate the no new revenue tax rate and the voter approval tax rate.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Item 12.
Morning, Mayor and Council.
How are you,
Joaquin
sir?
Rodriguez with the Capital Improvement Department. Item 12 is a resolution to authorize the interlocal agreement by and between the City of El Paso and the El Paso Metropolitan Planning Organization for matching funds towards the El Paso MPO's local participation costs of an international border crossings system-wide analysis as adopted by the El Paso MPO in the RMS 2050 MTP.
Thank you, sir. Item 13 through 17 are board appointments. Item 18 is tax refund. Item 19 is tax refunds also. And we go to item 20, 21, 22, and our council items. And item 23 is Ms. Prime item.
Yes, sir. Good morning. Item 23 is a notation of a candidate for the November election on a reporting a contribution.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, sir. And for the record, Representative Canales joined the meeting at 9:03, and Representatives Hernandez and Fierro joined the meeting at 9:05.
Thank you, ma'am. Item 24.
Good afternoon, Derek Russell with Purchasing and Strategic Sourcing Department. Strategic goal for this item is goal number 7, enhance and sustain El Paso's infrastructure network. The linkage strategic plan is subsection 7.3, enhance a regional comprehensive transportation system. We are requesting that the Managing Director of Purchasing and Strategic Sourcing Department be authorized to decrease contract 2020-224R travel demand model. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 25.
That is a council item, sir, along with item 26. And for the record, Representative Acevedo joined the meeting at 9:06.
Thank you. So now we go to call to the public. Pardon me, ma'am? You bet. Okay, yes, ma'am. Representative Hernandez, what item?
On item number 30, this is on the consent agenda.
We're not on 30 yet.
20, excuse me.
Okay.
We just passed this one, Mayor. This one's on the consent agenda. I just wanted to follow up the conversation I had with city management. We're really pleased that we are in receipt of that $20,000 grant. It's already been approved. It's on its way, specifically to support youth with disabilities through the children's, the CDIC program, which is a private nonprofit. And we've met with them recently where they're going to be hosting, upon approval from council to accept this grant, they'll be hosting an announcement with all of the participants on Wednesday morning. And they would love to have you present because what they want to hear are the youth with disabilities. They're going to be placed in various departments without the city of El Paso. It could be from 6 to 10 weeks. And in addition to that, we want to hear from those youth what the city of El Paso can do to improve not only our inclusiveness, but how we can better serve youth and children with disabilities, and specifically to help them get involved civically and how they can be placed in professional environments like at City Hall. So we're really thrilled. The youth are incredibly excited for the opportunity. So we want to thank city management for helping place them and to get them that skill set that they need so that they can be productive members of our society as well. So many thanks for that participation.
Thank you, ma'am. And so you got a presentation on this? Or?
No, it's on consent, which is why I just wanted to briefly discuss it with city management as they're here.
All right, thank you. And
Thank you.
I think this is really important. It becomes really a citywide program and donation that's going on. So I think it's something that really will enhance quality of life for our citizens. Thank you, ma'am. And we were on first readings on item
27.
first readings though.
Yes,
27. Item 27, please.
Good morning, Nicholas Ibarra with Environmental Services. Item 27 is an ordinance granting Value Advertising LLC a non-exclusive franchise for waste containers on sidewalks and other city property. This is a renewal of their contract.
Thank you, sir. 28.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Alex Huffman with the Capital Improvement Department. Item 28 is an ordinance amending off-street parking requirements, removing that requirement for properties located within the downtown, uptown, and surrounding neighborhoods master plan area.
Thank you, sir. 29. It's got Colonel Wilson's name on it.
Mayor, that's the introduction of the ordinance to call the election in November for the revocation of the MPC bonds. And Mr. Braden will be here tomorrow to brief the council and open an executive session regarding this item.
All right, and there'll be no public comment till the second reading.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
That's
thank you.
correct.
Item 30, please.
Good morning, Mayor. Joaquin Rodriguez.
Good morning
with CID.
again.
Item 30 is discussion and action on a resolution to authorize a street improvement and maintenance agreement between the City of El Paso and the RIM Area Neighborhood Association for design, installation, and maintenance of right-of-way and landscaping improvements for traffic calming on Hague Road between Stanton and RIM.
Thank you, sir. 31.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and members of council. I'm Rhonda
Good morning.
Easter with Purchasing and Strategic Sourcing. The strategic goal for this item is 6. The linkage to the strategic plan is subsection 6.6. This is a replacement contract and request for qualifications procurement. There were a total of 18 views online. 4 proposals were received, none being from local vendors. No protest was received for this requirement. We're requesting award of solicitation 2024-0412R, auditing services and grants to Forvis Mazars LLP, the highest rank offerer based on the evaluation factors established in the evaluation criteria for this procurement. You're welcome, sir.
Good morning, Paula Salas with Purchasing and Strategic Sourcing. The strategic goal for this item is number 6, set a standard for sound governance and fiscal management. The linkage to the strategic plan is subsection 6.8, support transparent and inclusive government. This is a new contract and a request for qualification procurement. There were a total of 31 viewers online, 13 proposals were received. 2 from local suppliers. No protest was received for this requirement. We're requesting the award of solicitation 2024-0244R cybersecurity audits to Global Solutions Group, Inc., the highest ranked offer based on the evaluation criteria for this solicitation. This contract will allow internal audit to conduct information technology, cybersecurity audits of the city's information systems, applications, and softwares.
Thank you, ma'am. 33.
Thank you.
Good morning, Crystal Boss with Purchasing and Strategic Sourcing. Item 33 is linked to strategic goal number 7, enhance and sustain El Paso's infrastructure network. The linkage to the strategic plan is subsection 7.2, improve competitiveness through infrastructure improvements impacting the quality of life. This was a competitive sealed proposal for job order contracting and facilities construction. The solicitation had 39 views online, 9 proposals were received, 8 being from local suppliers. A protest was received for this requirement and was denied. We are recommending award as indicated to Noble General Contractors LLC, Veliz Company LLC, DBA Veliz Construction, Amstar Inc., Jordan Foster Construction LLC, and Mirador Enterprises Inc., the highest ranked offers based on the evaluation factors established for this procurement.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Representative Hernandez has a question.
I was just going to ask what was the protest in reference to, and how was it resolved?
Yes. So the protest was in regards to factor, I have it right here, 1 second. Factor B of the evaluation criteria, which is the general contractor's comparable experience. And it was resolved per a protest response letter, just stating the facts of how the proposal was evaluated, and that the evaluation would stand. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Item 34, please. Good morning.
Good morning. Armida Martinez with Planning and Inspections. Item 34 is the second reading of an ordinance granting a special privilege license to permit the surface encroachment of 2 art sculptures and the placement of wayfinding signs and electric meters at various locations within the Montecillo development.
Thank you, ma'am. Item 35.
Good morning,
Good
Mayor
morning.
and Council. Isaura Valdez, Tax Deputy Administrator. Item 35 is the second reading of an ordinance for a written offer submitted by Ignacio Villanueva Macias for a struck-off property for $4,500. The property was struck off to the city as a trustee on July 6, 1992. The proposed offer is for more than the opening bid amount at the time of the sale.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
36. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. Karina Brazgala, Economic and International Development. Items 36, 37, and 38 are all ARPA subrecipient agreements related to the small business recovery funds dedicated by City Council in 2022. So item 36 is a resolution authorizing a First Amendment with the City of El Paso and the Better Business Bureau, BBB. That is a 2-year extension of their existing agreement to allow for the continuation of services for Buy El Paso, now being rebranded with support from Blue Dot. Item 37 is an agreement, also a 2-year extension to Lift Fund, providing an additional $200,000 for microenterprise technical assistance, then now expanded to include bookkeeping support. And item 38 is a First Amendment to the Project Vida agreement, another $200,000 for the expansion of their and continuation of their interest buy-down loan program.
Thank you, ma'am. 37.
Is 37, 38?
Oh, I did. Okay, go ahead, ma'am. Sorry. I did take it off. I thought it was from last time. Thank you.
Were you done, Karina?
Oh, yes, I had 39, but if there's questions on the ARPA agreements, we'll take those.
I don't. I have one for a prior question, so if you want to finish up 39.
For 35?
For 34.
34, okay. She has a question for item 34, please.
Oh, of course.
Armida, as you're coming up, the signage at this site, it has very restrictive regulations. Are there any amendments in this special privilege, and what kind of signage are they going to go on the frontage?
Actually, these signs have already been placed. They are more directional signs, monumental sign types.
And what are they going to be placing any frontage signs, any LED lighting right off of the frontage?
No, but there is a sign right at the entrance of Montecillo and Mesa Street. So these signs have already been placed.
Okay, and so, do they need a permit for that, or are we just giving you a permit after the fact?
They're working on getting their permits for the signs.
For the signs, is this the permit for those signs?
This is to allow them on right-of-way.
Right-of-way so that they can place the signs?
And then the sign permit, the sign application is a different process.
Okay. The only reason why I bring it up, I had some folks asking about the lighting on some of their signage and if it would be compliant or dark sky compliant. I'm not familiar with the project. I just wanted to bring it to your attention. There are some residents who have some concerns about any bright lighting at this facility, at the site.
Okay, yeah, I believe there's LED lighting.
Mm-hmm.
If there's any concerns, I would have to, if you could provide that information, we can look into it.
So I'm just trying to understand, after a development places signage and lighting, we have an internal process to allow them to do it after the fact?
Normally that should be done before, but the special privilege though must come before the actual placement of the signs. I believe in this case, the streets were initially going to be private streets.
Mm-hmm.
So that kind of changed the dynamic of the special privilege requirement.
Except for the fact they're not and they're public streets, so they have to comply with the city standards.
Yes.
I just don't like that we have standards that folks don't adhere to or comply with. And when we make this easier, the standard that we set for one development is incredibly different from other developments. And so I would ask for a standardized process so that other folks don't think that we're giving preferential treatment. But just wanted to share that because I want to be fair to all the development that's happening in El Paso. But thank you, Armida.
Right, and the application for the sign request will we be reviewing, making sure that they do adhere to all the requirements. You're welcome.
Thank you, ma'am. Representative Acevedo?
Yeah, on this same one, I'm so sorry. Just hearing that the signs are already placed and having this brought to us after the fact, I'm not happy about that. So if we were to say no to this, then they would have to remove the signs?
Correct, sir.
And see, like, I feel that we're being put in a really bad place by making us vote on this after the fact and saying, okay, we may say no, right? Now we're going to go remove the signs and it turns into this whole thing. I just feel like that's not a great process. And do you know when the signs were placed?
I believe they were placed between 1 and 2 years ago.
So it's been 1 to 2 years that this has just been sitting around, and then we're getting it 1 to 2 years later.
Right, we were not aware. They were brought to our attention, which is how we got to this place.
That doesn't sound good at all.
I
But
understand.
thank you for the information.
You're welcome.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. We're on item 36. No, I'm sorry, 37.
39.
37, please.
37 and 38 are of the ARPA agreements I went through. So it's item 39.
Okay, go ahead, ma'am.
Karina Brasgala, again, Economic and International Development. Item 39 is discussion and action on a resolution authorizing a First Amendment for a Chapter 380 Economic Development Agreement between the City of El Paso and Tenet Hospitals Limited. This is to reduce the grant period, total aggregate grant amount as consideration for a revision to the full-time employee definition. So we'll be reducing that from 40 hours a week to 35 hours per week to align with the Texas Enterprise Zone and other Texas state programs and federal programs. Tenet hospitals will be forfeiting their years of noncompliance. There's an 18% reduction in the incentive participation, which is to correlate to the full-time employee reduction. The aggregate reduction is about half of the full amount, so we're removing, it'll be going from about 12.8 million award to about 6.4.
Thank you, ma'am. 40?
Good morning, Mayor and
Good
Council.
morning, sir.
Gilbert Guerrero, Capital Improvements. Item number 40 is discussion and action that the City's Council approve a task order in the amount of $443,865.47 to Eagle International Enterprises, Inc. for the construction of Palomino Laramie intersection drainage improvements.
Thank you, sir. Item 41 is calling for the election.
Yes, sir. Laura Prine, City Clerk. Item 41 is a resolution calling for the November 5th, 2024 general election to fill the expiring terms of mayor, 4 district representative seats, 5 municipal court judges, municipal court of appeals judge, and calling for the special election to fill the vacancy for District 1 and authorizing the contract with the county to furnish election services and equipment.
Thank you, ma'am. Item 42.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Nicole Cody, Managing
morning, ma'am.
Director. Good morning, sir. Item 42 is discussion and action on the city manager to be authorized or his designee to be authorized for the following budget transfers. So we have one for the Capital Improvement Department regarding the facility located at 5625 Confetti Drive. Our second is for the Mexican American Cultural Center for the Museums and Cultural Affairs Department. And then the third budget transfer is for the Police Department for minor capital.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
43.
Gilbert Guerrero, Capital Improvements. Item 43 is discussion and actions to award task order 14V-1 for solicitation 2021-0811 Animal Services Kennels and HVAC improvements to Belize Company, LLC, for a total estimated award of $7,280,403.51.
Thank you, sir. 44, and final
Also,
item.
Gilbert Guerrero. This is discussion and action on resolution authorizing city managers to sign an agreement for professional services by and between City of El Paso and Wright and Dalben Architects Incorporated, a Texas company, for the project known as Architect and Engineering Services for the Design and Construction Administration for the Doniphan Citizen Collection Station for an amount not to exceed $413,671.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Prine? Go ahead, Representative Rivera. Excuse me, Mr. Rivera, can you come up back, sir?
Sorry about that. Real quick question. Is this the same company that did all the other collection sites?
No, the Hondo Pass was a different company that did that.
This is an El Paso-based company though, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Thank you again, Ms. Guerrero. With that, Ms. Prine?
Council, is there a motion to adjourn the agenda There's a motion and a second to adjourn the agenda review meeting. All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? And the agenda review meeting for Monday, July 29, 2024 is adjourned at 9:24 a.m. Mayor, would you like to convene the work session?
Please, ma'am.
Thank you. Good morning. This is a work session of the El Paso City Council for Monday, July 29, 2024. It is 9:24 a.m. Mayor Leeser is present and presiding in council chambers along with Mayor Pro Tem Kennedy, Representative Acevedo, Representative Hernandez, Alternate Mayor Pro Tem Molinar, Representative Salcido, Representative Fierro, Representative Rivera, and Representative Canales. Mayor, we have a quorum. Item number 1 is discussion and action on an emergency ordinance extending emergency ordinance number 019333, authorizing the city manager to assign personnel and resources to assist in addressing the humanitarian and public safety crisis resulting from a mass migration through El Paso.
Morning, Chief.
Morning, sir.
Any questions? Or? Are there any Representative Salcido? Go ahead, Representative Salcido.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning. Has anything changed? Any updates?
No,
in
ma'am.
regards-
Jorge Rodriguez with the Office of Emergency Management. No, numbers have remained low consistently for about 4 months now.
The
Okay.
numbers have been very low lately,
Very.
and I think the last number I got on Friday was 284.
Yes, sir.
And if you remember, we were at 2,500, 3,000. So, you know, but the numbers have really been under control, but we still
Yes,
have
ma'am.
to continue to make sure that we have the ability to have sheltering and also provide food and be able to transfer some of the employees that were set up, the 100 that were set up for that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for the hard work. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Representative Hernandez?
Hey, Chief Rodriguez, good morning.
Hi, good morning.
The trash bins in downtown, the yellow ones, there's a lot on that one block. Are they still being utilized in front of Sacred Heart Church?
I believe they are. We'll have a team go assess and see if we either need to decrease those.
No, they're like every couple feet, and it's like a whole block full of yellow commercial.
And I'll
bin.
confirm if those are ours also.
Okay. Oh, yeah, they're like the commercial pickup ones. And then the current NGOs, are we still staffing the NGO?
Yes, ma'am. Well, we're still assisting the Annunciation House with staffing.
And the pot of money, they're hired out of the OEM?
Correct.
And so do we have a sense of what those operations cost monthly for the current staffing at the NGOs?
I don't have them offhand, but we can get those to you.
I'm just trying to understand currently what our involvement is to date, is what the ongoing costs are, how many employees we have in each shelter, how many times we've activated the Moorhead site, and then do we anticipate to activate that in the future?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand the costs daily to operate Moorhead? What the daily cost is?
Depending on the numbers, it can be upwards of monthly cost was around 25,000.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Appreciate you.
Thank you. We do have motion in a second. Oh, Representative Canales, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask a clarifying question. That's the monthly cost while the facility is stood up, correct?
Correct.
That is
Correct.
not the
That's
monthly cost ongoing for everyone?
Correct. When dependent on the number of migrants that we are sheltering in that facility, for a number of around 500, it runs around 25,000.
And when was the last time that facility was actually active?
Our last activation was in January, in late December and January.
Okay, and so we haven't had that monthly,
Correct.
that
We've had
monthly operating
to
cost since
staff some hotels
Right.
right around March period, but since the administrative order from the executive office at the federal level, we haven't had to activate it because the number has been so low.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. And with that, Ms. Prine?
The motion was made by, was it Mayor Pro Tem Kennedy? No. Oh, I'm sorry. The motion was made by alternate Mayor Pro Tem Molinar, seconded by Representative Fierro, to approve the emergency ordinance. On that motion, call for the vote. Mayor, do you consent? Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And the voting session and the motion passes unanimously with the mayor's consent. We now move to item number 2, and this is a equity and inclusion cross-functional team update.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Denise Sepulveda Archer. I'm with the innovation team, part of the transformation office, and I'll be going over an update for our equity and inclusion cross-functional team for you. So going back a little bit, we had the last update in January of 2024, and then I took over the leadership along with the team in April, so we've done a lot since then. And today I'll kind of go over a little bit of the progress that we've done and a little bit of the future plans that we have going. Sorry. Can you help me bring it up, IT? Thank you. Okay, so I'll be going over a little bit of the recap of where the previous cross-functional team left off, and then going into the internal shift that we had as a team, a little bit of spotlight on the accessibility cross-functional team, and then some of our next steps. So reflecting on the foundation that the previous cross-functional team, having the purpose, having that full participation of equitable outcomes for all individuals, they were reviewing establishing an office for DIA within the organization, and they were also looking at recruitment of the equity officer and a lot of community outreach. So with this, we wanted to take a new approach on it, and we really wanted to understand what the workforce and how they felt. So I'll take you a little bit on that journey right now. So with that, we took a look at the importance and the need to really address and have an internal reassessment so that internally we have that commitment towards equity and inclusion before we extended all of our efforts to the broader community. A little bit of our process within our office. So we like to take a look at it as at the acronym DID, which is we did it once we're done with the project. And so that really stands for Discover, Ideation, and Deliver. So our process approach really is the most important thing is that we're co-designing with our workforce. And so right now you can see that we're in the discovery phase, which is the longest of our phases. During this phase is when we really take the time to understand our workforce, listen to them, honor their perspectives, but really design for their need. And during this time is also the biggest part because we take a look at the survey that we just launched. We are working on workshops with a lot of the leaders and our employees, and then we're going to take a look at establishing some focus groups, so we're going to launch those as well. And then taking all those perspectives, we gather all that data, we're able to come together and look at the key themes that come up from them, the key action items that we might take a look at. We'll go into ideation. The best way I can describe this to you is that's the blueprint, right? So once we uncover everything through the discover phase, we really take a look at all these items and see how we can go into the next phase, which is a deliver. And that's where we're going to implement some recommendations and bring those forward to you and to leadership for review. Let's talk a little bit about how we refined 3 of our pillars. So these are our top 3 initiatives. We wanted to focus on commitment, making sure that we look at policy and investments as well as partnerships and what that looks like. We wanted to really focus on inclusion, innovation, which includes inclusion and safe spaces within our organization first, looking at accessibility and communication, and then the need for training and development. And then for leadership, visibility and accountability are very important because we want to make sure we're transparent in all of our goals going forward. So here, I think it's really important to understand the difference between equality and between equity. So equality is pretty much providing and giving all the same resources across the board, where equity, you're really distinguishing and providing a resource based on the need for the individual. Right? And so that's really where you have to focus on. So with that led us into a focus. We wanted to focus on the internal policies and procedures. Are we being equitable with them? We wanted to come together and say, do we have performance metrics and accountability so we can have a baseline on this data before we go forward? And then we also wanted to make sure that we create that inclusive workspace across the board so that we can make sure everyone has the opportunity to succeed. So let's take a look at a little bit of the demographics and the principles and how this comes into play. So on the left-hand side, you'll see our ethnic composition as our organization. So we're 82% Hispanic. That really aligns with across the board with our city, followed by the other ethnic groups. And then on the right-hand side, the far right-hand side, you'll see the breakout between gender. So right now we are currently standing at 68% male versus 32% female. And then at the top, you'll see the breakout by age and gender. So these are some things that we can take a look at, during the cross-functional team to say, are we being proactive in our recruitment strategies? Are we targeting the new generation, right? And what does that look like? And then in the center, you'll see the retirement by gender. Now, this one's very important, and you might ask why I put this on here, but it's important if we talk about succession planning and what that looks like going forward. Are we making sure our leadership is accounted for? Are we making sure we have that knowledge transfer? So that's also very important as far as our strategies that we can look forward to. During our workshops, I wanted to bring this through. So we had engagement through several departments. We had 2 workshops in person, and we collected over 617 data points and leading into 5 different themes and then key insights. Now, what does this tell us, right? So this really helps us understand where we stand as an organization, but also where we can improve and what those next steps are going forward to lead us into this cross-functional team. So with that, it helps us define our steps and then understand what our workforce is saying, being able to prioritize, and then bring this information back to leadership so that they can make informed decisions. Building on these workshops, you'll see here, they were very engaged. Everybody was, we had different pillars that we zoned in on, so commitment, innovation, and leadership. And really the best part about this one is that we're able to collect a lot of data, but foster engagement within our leadership. Extracting from all the workshops that we had, this is what matters most. So you'll see words pop out at you, such as community, leadership, right? And so these are important to them, but the overarching theme here is finding a place to belong and where they feel welcome. So going across the organization for that. Going into our timelines, kind of where we started. So we started back in April where we relaunched the cross-functional team. We really just went back and reviewed some of the existing initiatives they had started. In May, we started looking at the demographic data and how we align as an organization. And through June and July, we really started refining those workshops where we defined those 3 pillars. We started developing our survey, right? Making sure it was equitable across the board. It had language that was concise for everyone to understand. And then deciding how we were going to launch it. So we got together with a third-party vendor, and we were able to launch a small pilot at the beginning of July. And then in August, we're going to take a look at all the data as it's coming in, and look at implementation hopefully towards for the first and second quarter of FY 2025. I wanted to give a little bit of spotlight here for our accessibility cross-functional team. So I just wanted to know, as we're going through this motion, we're learning and we're listening to our community as well. So as the equity and inclusion cross-functional team is internal, this one is external and it's community-based. So last year, this initiative started with the quality of life departments. And it was really just listening to the families that have children with autism and then children with intellectual disabilities, listening to them on what their pain points are, of what they needed most from the city. And what came out of that is programming. They needed consistent communication, and they needed training and awareness. So what we've done along the way is we've had several sensory-friendly pilot programs come along the way. So on the right-hand side, you'll see the one that we had at the Museum of History, which was awesome. They had the quiet hour, and then we have the quiet room as well for them. We've had our first Easter egg, a sensory-friendly Easter egg hunt this year, which was very successful. We had it across several recreation centers, and we had it in a small setting because we want to be respectful of the families, making sure their children and their family are not overwhelmed. And along the way, we're also gathering their feedback to make sure how we can improve and make those trainings better, those programs better. So it really comes down to having that collaborative partnership with the families and organizations across the city, and then that community engagement to have their educational resources. So our goal right now for them is to have all of our quality of life departments trained by fall 2024. We're halfway there. So just a little highlight on that one. And then let's go into how we plan to proceed, right? So keeping the momentum going, we want to make sure we're clear and transparent with you guys, making sure that you understand the discover phase is the largest one. So right now we're probably at the middle, as you can see right there. So we just launched our pilot survey, and then we're going to start looking at focus groups so that we can capture their internal insights. And then we'll come back to you in phase 2 when we'll look at strategy and implementation. Reflecting on some of the things that we've already done, it's important to remind you that all of this that we're doing is co-designed with our workforce, so that's the important thing. We're listening to their voices and they're co-designing as we go along the way. So some of the things that we've accomplished is really taking a look at our policy and how we're going to update them. We have had our leadership workshops, launched the sensory-friendly training and the programming along with the families. We launched our survey in a small pilot form. The reason why we did it in a small form, a small group right now, is to make sure that we were looking at that it didn't have any issues and there was no ambiguity before we launched it to the whole entire organization. And then we're working with a third-party collaborator to help us with the survey. And the important part about this one is that it'll remain anonymous so that all of the responses will be secure for the employee. The third-party collaboration will also help us get live data as soon as it comes in, so it's like fast and quick and easy. It helps us like already start discovering different insights and themes within the platform, so that's really awesome to support those actions. And then it can also help us create an action plan, which is really cool. And then phase 2, so you'll see me again, hopefully, fiscal year 2025, the first or second quarter. And so some of the future plans that we have there is I hope to come back to you with the voice of our workforce update. And so then within that, we'll come up with some recommendations, and I'll have a timeline of what that looks like. We'll be looking at finalizing the recruitment for the equity officer, as well as preparing a comprehensive guide. So the cross-functional team will essentially prepare a comprehensive guide for them so that when they're in here, they can understand what they're looking at as far as the baseline data in our organization. And then from there, together, we can prioritize and strategize and then roll out some of the programming that's going to be based just from the feedback on the survey, the workshops, and the focus groups that we hope to have. With that,
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions? Representative Salcido, followed by Representative Hernandez, I'm sorry, and then Representative Salcido. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you for that. I have some constituents who are listening who are really excited to hear your words this morning. So they're long overdue, but we're heading in the right direction. You mentioned workforce focus groups. I guess because I know there was a different representative in this role and they met with several stakeholders. Are you doing the external stakeholders as well again, or are you just taking that feedback?
Right. So at the beginning of when I took over, I did introduce myself and let them know that we were shifting internally first.
Okay.
And so they knew it was going to be a long process. So I did let them know that I will come back to them to let them know like what we've uncovered, right? So that they understand what our workforce is saying and where we land, and then how we can do a partnership and collaboration later on.
So they can expect for you to reach out to them?
Yes, ma'am. I've already have, yes, ma'am.
Oh, you already have. Okay,
Yes.
perfect. Awesome. Thank you for the presentation. We look forward to your second update and then the new equity officer announcement.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, followed by Representative Salcido, and then Representative Canales.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say thank you so much for the presentation. I'm looking forward to the work that comes next.
Thank you.
Just want to say thank you for it.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Representative Canales, followed by Representative Acevedo.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I noticed this is labeled as an equity and inclusion update, and this cross-functional team was previously the diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility cross-functional team. I understand now there's a separate accessibility cross-functional team. Is there a reason why we've removed diversity from the focus?
Really was listening to our workforce, right? A lot of them felt that if you pin out diversity, they felt like they were just being pinpointed on what they look like or how they feel or how they act. And so it was really about belonging and making sure that when they come to their workplace, they feel like they're welcome and they belong. So we kind of just shifted it to make sure that we're equitable. And it goes back to that equality and equity, right? So making sure that we provide the resources based on their need, not on providing all the same resources for them.
Okay, that's my only question. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Representative Acevedo.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have one question on phase 2. Is there a more clear timeline on when we'll have an equity officer working, like day one?
I can refer that question to Robert.
Good morning, Robert Cortinas. The issue with that is, one, we want to make sure that we have the job spec that's going to really identify, based on some of the feedback we've gotten, that's going to address those key things that are going to be required for the position to sort of carry on the strategies. One of the things we've also had discussion about is obviously that position is going to be a high-ranking position in the organization, and really the question is, where is that position going to fall within your org chart? So will it be a direct report of the city manager? Will it report to a deputy city manager? That's something internally that we're still working out. Obviously, we're in a transition right now with city leadership. But that's one of the key questions right now is really we want to make sure that, one, we're setting the position up for success to really carry out a lot of the work that's been done through the cross-functional team, and that they have the support and the resources that they need to be able to execute upon delivering those strategies in the organization.
I have a good sense that after the first quarter, when we come back with the CFT results, just on what's been learned in terms of shaping the characteristics and the kind of the scope of that position, that we'll be in a good place to have enough informed to be able to start that process then.
The FY25 first quarter, right?
First quarter,
okay.
I'm thinking.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Representative Molinat.
Good morning, thank you. And so I'm going to look at slide number 8, where it talks about understanding workforce demographic composition and retirement eligibility. And you do have a caveat there, retirement excludes public safety.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so you have for males 708 and for females 426 that are eligible to retire today.
Yes, sir.
And that's both age and time in service, correct?
Yeah, this includes Tier 1 and Tier 2.
Okay, will you be doing any information or research on the collective bargaining agreements for both fire and police?
So because I do have that data for you, and I can bring it at a later time.
Yes, if you could
yes, sir.
please share with all city council members. Thank you.
Sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you, sir.
With that, Ms. Prine?
Yes, sir. That brings us to item number 3, and this is discussion and action to direct the city manager to allow community members and community organizations to use city facilities to host 3 additional community-led meetings between members of the public and the final candidates for city manager. This will be a change in addition to the existing community forum with council-appointed panels slated for August 7th, 2024, held at City Hall and the meet and greet held at the El Paso Convention Center. The purpose of these meetings will be to foster greater community outreach, engagement, and inclusion while bringing fair and equitable geographic engagement across all 8 city council districts towards bringing greater unity in the selection of the next city manager. This item was placed by Representatives Acevedo and Salcido.
Thank you, Ms. Prine. And Edward from Baker Tilly is here and to kind of answer any questions or anything you all may have for him. And so, because I know that there was a lot of questions being asked, so I thought it'd be best if he would come in. So, anybody have any questions for him? Representative Acevedo?
Yeah, I'd just like to introduce why some of the thought behind putting this on. And I think that we have been getting some calls from constituents. I know in my office specifically, we got calls from outside of District 2 saying that they didn't think that it was sufficient to just have one meet and greet with the community and seeing how they could get involved and see if we could have community put on more of these forums. And so I thought that was pretty reasonable, especially because this is such a huge hire. And so we put this thinking that we could have greater community outreach. I think another thing that that came to mind is that the one meeting that's happening is in downtown, and sometimes our constituents can't make it all the way downtown, right? And so we were thinking about something, and that's why it was 3 meetings, because maybe the west side could have one, the far east could have one, and then central east could have one, to make sure that we're kind of encompassing the entire city, to make sure that people can make it, especially a lot of our elderly constituents. They're not very mobile, and they are kind of stay in the radius where they live. So that was the thought behind putting this on. I don't know if you'd like to add anything.
Do you want to comment on it, sir, or anything?
Well, first of all, good morning. As I've said before, we work for this council, and whatever your directive is, that's the approach that we will take. Of course, this may change the scope of our work as it relates to the contracted services that we agreed to for the city manager recruitment, which is a standard process. But again, whatever your directive is, I'll be happy to comply with that.
Thank you for that, sir. Representative Salcido?
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you for being here. Well, now that we're on the topic of community outreach, on the scope of work, how much community outreach were we already prepared and planned for in what was agreed?
I don't have the actual document, but typically we do a community survey to begin with, and that the intent behind that is to gather input from as many residents as possible, which I think we did, and the survey is available, and we'll be happy to share that as well, but I know that we have a lot of input from the community. In addition to that, we hosted 2 sessions here in City Hall. I think they were here in City Hall, for different community outreach, and we gathered additional feedback from your community. Ultimately, the decision to hire a city manager is that of the council. And so the community, I think it's a great opportunity. We will, as part of our process, include a community meet and greet. But if the intent is to add to that, we'd be happy to work on that as well.
Great. Do you, on the documents, do you have an actual, the actual full plan of what the community outreach? I know that you kind of went over a little bit of what you've done, but the agreed upon language.
Go ahead. Sure.
Good morning, Monica Kretschmer, Deputy Human Resources Officer.
Good morning, ma'am.
So in terms of community outreach, as Mr. Edward Williams indicated, we have done the community survey that was open from March 25th to March 31st. We also did the open house style meetings here at City Hall. We are planning the semifinalists meeting at the convention center. And at that same time, we will also kick off another survey to gather more information from the public. And I believe that covers it.
And then I know you mentioned the survey. The survey was shared how?
It was available at the time that we hosted the 2 open houses. They could use an iPad that we had. We had iPads available. They could log in, and it was also posted on the city website.
Okay. And then, okay.
Sorry. Laura Cruz-Acosta, Communications Director for the city. In addition to what Monica just referenced, we also did a campaign online as well as the website, and we did outreach with media in addition to all of these efforts. So we got close to a little over 2,000 folks who participated in the survey. So it was a fairly well-rounded survey for the short time that it was up.
Perfect. No, thank you for the hard work. In regards to the actual boots on the ground, did you actually set up any meetings in districts?
No.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
I think you have 2 other panels, if you could address those as well.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, Mary Wiggins, Chief Human Resources Officer. 2 extra panels that were included in our scope of duties was our project scope, was for the external interview panels. So we have the stakeholder panel, and we have I'm not going to remember what it's called right now, but there was a stakeholder and what's the other one? Community Citizen Advisory Panel. So we do have those 2 panels set up in addition to the forum that we have set up for the meet and greet. And like Monica said, at the meet and greet, we also have a survey which will be, employees can submit their, what they feel at that time and answer questions so that we can submit that to you and you can have the voice of our citizens at that time. But in our project scope, it only listed up to the 3 outside panels, and so that's what they are. The 2 external interview panels and the 1 meet and greet forum are the ones that were actually included in the scope.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Representative Acevedo, followed by Representative Hernandez. Well, Representative Hernandez first. You've already spoken once. Go ahead, Representative Hernandez.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, and thank you for the work that you've done for the city of El Paso. And to Representative Acevedo and Salcido, thank you for bringing this forward so that we can get some answers. And you don't really understand the process until you're in it. And so I think it's really important that we over-communicate on this issue. Now, the first thing I want to address is the advisory committees. Got some questions from some of the participants to say, hey, what exactly are we going to be doing? And what is that minute-to-minute expectation they can expect? And how are they going to specifically advise members of council? And I'll share with you my involvement in the city attorney search and what we did with those two advisory committees. They elected a chair, each committee. That chair was responsible to come to executive session on the next day. I think it was the same day or next day. And we heard directly from each committee chair if there was a tie vote or, what have you, if, there were split on the decision. And so we were able, as members of council, to, ask them, very specifically, like, what were the concerns, where were the opportunities, why was the committee split, who came to the top, and those are the type of engagement that I would like to have. I've advised them that this is my experience in the past, but I have nothing else to give them other than show up on X date. And so this is where I'm talking about that we need very specific details so that we can share not only with the media and the public, but with our participants. And then we want to be respectful of their time, that we're actually going to consider their opinions and part of this process so that we can make this incredibly inclusive of everybody. So I'd like to hear more about that process. If you're not prepared for that, if you can bring that at another time.
I'll be happy to address that now. I like the fact that you've laid the groundwork, so you've explained it for me. I'll pretty much reiterate. Our process is a little different, but ultimately what will happen for each of these committees, we'll have what I call a briefing. During that briefing, we'll have them self-select what I call a team leader.
Okay.
Different names, same concept. Team leader, timekeeper. I want to make sure that someone is also ensuring that everyone in the group participates. Sometimes in a group setting, group dynamics, someone may speak longer, so we'll have a timekeeper to say, so-and-so, let's give the other person an opportunity. And then we'll also have a spokesperson, again, different labels. That spokesperson will then work with the group, gather the feedback, good and bad or different, and present that to the council prior to the interviews and their decision making. So that's ideally how this works for us. It will work for both groups, and then those individuals will meet with the council. I'm not sure if it's in a workshop, executive session, but hopefully they will give council even questions that they may want answered, so that the council will have an opportunity to ask those questions and consider those as part of the deliberation.
The advisory members, thank you for that. The advisory members, do they come up with their own interview questions? Will they be interviewing one-on-one, or will it be a group setting between all candidates?
It will be a group setting. Everyone should have access to the same information. We typically prepare the questions to ensure that the conversation focuses on specifics. For example, one group may be focusing on public safety infrastructure. We don't think it's beneficial to have everyone rehash the same conversation. So we want specifics, which is kind of giving council a different perspective, so that you can take all perspective into account as you make your deliberation and answer your questions.
And let me rephrase that question to be more specific. When we say group settings, is it the entire advisory committee and one candidate?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
Not all candidates.
No.
Okay.
This is one-on-one. The idea is we want that committee to kind of experience the same process council will, so that they can get feedback, ask follow-up questions, ask clarifying questions, and then gather their feedback and take that to the council.
Okay. Thank you for that. Now, as it relates to city council interviews, I get the process with the city attorney search. I have never been part of a city manager search, but what we did is we broke up the council into 2 or 3 different committees, and I don't know that I like that too much, only because, as you mentioned, there's always that one person in the group, and I may be that one person that capitalizes on that dialogue, and I want to make sure that everybody has the opportunity to ask questions and then to hear that response, and then so we're not so redundant. Are we breaking up into panels, or what is the recommendation? Is that our purview? Do we decide on, how we want to break that down?
Representative Hernandez, Ms. Wiggins had come in about a week ago and said she had talked to Edward, and they didn't recommend us having different groups. They recommended that we have one group, and one group would talk to the candidates. That way they don't kind of wear them out and then get different questions. So they had already recommended that, and they were bringing that forward to us.
As a group.
That's the next item on the agenda, I believe.
Okay. Thank you.
One extra thing just to add, we also, for the interview panels, we are going to have also one HR representative and one city clerk representative in each of the external panels, just to make sure that we maintain Robert's Rule of Order, and in case there are any other questions that come up, that from the panel, that we're just there to be able to answer any questions.
Yeah, so long as they exercise their discretion and not talk about what that has happened in those interviews. Now, as it relates to the public, the night of, when we have all candidates out, what can the public expect on how can they engage? Because it says that we would do some kind of forum, right, a community forum. Are they going to go up and pitch themselves, or are there going to be a one-on-one with the public?
Typically,
Sorry. What we have planned right now is that we're going to have a stage set up, at the convention center in the room that we have. And so we will, I believe it's the mayor we're going to have, is going to come up and introduce, and they'll each have like 2 minutes to be able to pitch themselves, as you would say. They'll be able to introduce themselves and just give a little bit of background. So they'll have that time. That way everybody hears, the same thing. And then they will all disperse into different corners. And much like the police chief, forum that we had, they will disperse into different sections. And that way everybody will have the opportunity to go and just, engage and have conversations and ask their specific questions and with each of the candidates. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
One thing that we're doing a little bit different this time around is actually we're adding a component for media, because the feedback that we received from the chief selection is that media wanted an opportunity to be able to ask questions as well. So in addition to the 2-minute pitch, 2-minute elevator speech, they're going to also be given an opportunity to answer media questions, but they will be also limited to 2 minutes. They will each be able to answer the same question and be given those 2 minutes as well.
Okay, and this is the 22nd largest city in the country, and to have one opportunity for the public to meet them, I think, is the concern from the members of council who brought this forward. There has to be a little bit more engagement, and the reason why is because some of the administrations, current and past, have made the city manager positions, it's been such politicized, and it's been such an emotional, sensitive issue that the public really wants to be part of this process. And I don't know that, the presentation needs to come from our contractors as yourselves, but certainly we need to hear, at least to present to the public, here's the process, here's the expectation. I don't know what the employment, because the number one question that's going to come up is, what's the employment package going to have? What is the salary going to have? And so, when we present our candidates to the public, they're going to, I'm sure the media is going to ask, what is your salary expectations and things of that nature? And then at the night that we have that forum, when they do break out into different sessions, I'm assuming with their families, you have some people who just cannibalize all that time. And so there really has to be a system where you say, do a brief introduction, meet with this member of the public, and then within 2 to 3 minutes, we need to move on. And because it's awkward if you're the candidate and you're saying, hey, I got to move on to the next person, someone needs to stand there and facilitate that. But in addition to the forums, I'm very supportive of this item. I would like to hear from the public, specifically on the candidates, most specifically because members of council, we weren't even told what the finalists, who were they going to be. And that's my concern, and I want to be very transparent with you that when finalists were presented to the public without consultation with their city council, you've already created an environment with no trust. You've created an environment where you have members of council on behalf of their constituency. Some of us have 80 to 90,000 constituents, and we are the voices of them. And so we were surprised with the press conference with finalists. Not only is it disrespectful, but you've just eliminated all the voices of my constituents and those who did not receive that heads up. So this process seems expedited. It seems orchestrated to push it forward without and little engagement from the public. So I think there's an opportunity to correct that by having these public meetings so that we can give that due diligence from the city and share with the public why these four were in fact the best choice to lead the fourth largest employer in the city of El Paso as our government, that we're a government that listens, we're inclusive, and we're going to work for the people. And so I've been disappointed in that selection process to come to the forefront without any consultation from the council. And so we're going to correct that. And we're going to over-communicate, and we're going to ensure that the public is aware of why these candidates met those qualities, that a finite number of members of council have brought them to the forefront. It certainly was not me, but I also want to give respect to those candidates and thank them for all their hard work. They're all city employees. I value and I cherish each one of them because they work hard for our community, but process has to be clear and it has to be fair so that we don't have no trust, lack of trust in our city management. So I just wanted to share those concerns I had, and I wanted you to hear directly from me. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I just want to, for clarification to all involved, our process is very transparent. Just from the beginning, in terms of kickoff, we met with each of the individual council members. We presented a proposed timeline for the search, which typically our searches are between 90 to 120 days, depending on several factors. We advertise the position for 30 days. We provide weekly updates to the city in terms of how many applications we received. We presented a semifinal report to the council with 14 candidates, including 4 internal candidates. There were other applicants from the city that did not meet the profile designed, developed, and approved by this council. And we basically independently asked the council to select their top candidates. That information came to us, and we basically passed on the information. So the selection was made by this council, and ultimately we are basically a conduit to this process.
And let me push back just for a second, and this is why I come to the conclusion that it's not transparent. I was given a survey on a Tuesday. I was told that the survey results were non-binding. I was also told, and this is all in writing, I was also told that this is a conversation starter. So where was my opportunity to provide my voice as a conversation starter and a survey response that was non-binding? And so words matter. And so when you say this is just the starting point, then my expectation is that we meet as a council and we deliberate on why these top 4 candidates come to the forefront. My opinion, the words speak for itself, and that's why I say we have to be a little bit more transparent with the way your council is engaged. Pick up the phone and call us so that we are crystal clear. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Representative Molinard, followed by Representative Acevedo.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning. Thank you for being here, sir. I'm going to talk first about the 2 different panels. I know we have, in our office, have received information, and plus I've already submitted the 2 names. But the 2 gentlemen that I've appointed, they're still asking questions. I haven't received anything from the city, haven't received anything from HR. When, besides the meeting date, where are we going to meet? What time are we going to meet? What's the process once the meeting starts? I've heard today that, okay, Robert's Rules of Order are going to be in effect. Okay, cool. We're probably going to select like what you said, a team leader. Representative just had a different name for that, but they are hungry. They would like information shared to them. Hey, we're thinking about you. We haven't forgotten you. We need to know, we need your help. I've appointed these people. They need to hear from you to say, what are we going to do and how are we going to do it? I don't even know how long is this meeting going to be. Is it an hour? Is it going to be 4 hours? Is it in the morning? Is it in the afternoon? Is it in the evening? These people also have lives. They have personal lives. They have work commitments. They need to be informed, can I still meet my obligations when I accept that yes answer? I believe it is fair to them as committee members that they need to be informed on what the process is. So we talk about transparency, and I don't think we're being transparent with those two people, and plus all of us that selected someone. They need to be informed. They really do, way before the meeting date, so they can say, yes, I will be there. I want to be there. I want to participate. Do you have a response or anything to add to that, sir?
Absolutely, and I thank you for that. And I will say this, I think it's like any other process, there are always opportunities to improve. I will make sure that I, one, communicate and provide the details that you just mentioned to those individuals. Typically, we provide that information just a few days before for a number of reasons. And to Representative Hernandez's point, there will be a confidentiality agreement by each of the participants. So I will pledge to, one, have something in writing within a couple of days. As soon as I get back, I'll make sure we have some information to share. And I will also share my personal information should any of the members have questions about the process, to ensure that we are available and accessible to each member.
Thank you. And I'm telling you, even if you could just check their email address, hey, we received it. Thank you very much. That's a small tidbit of information. We are here. We've got that connection. So instead of waiting just days before, hey, we're already here on the 29th. This is going to be happening in the next week. We need to move forward with this.
I'll make sure that gets done.
I know we mentioned already, moving on to my second point about the survey that we put it out on the website that we received from the public. I'm trying to remember if I received any of that input. If we're going to receive that input, when are we going to receive it as city council members?
I don't. Are we talking about the community survey?
Yes. I mean, in other words, what did the community identify as a priority? Hey, they want a city manager that has X amount of years of experience in city management. Do they expect to know someone local, someone from far of the city? What were the results of that? I mean, you don't have to tell me the results today, but I mean, can you share that result?
Absolutely. This is your work. I mean,
yes,
I have no
but I haven't
interest
received it.
Okay, I will make sure that the city, that you all receive the community survey results, responses, and then the other part to your question was about the communication with the panel members. We agree to do that as well. So at this point, I just want to make sure.
I'd personally like to receive those results soon. I mean, this week.
I will try to have that to you before the day is over, Council.
Okay. I would give you a timeline of this coming Wednesday, close of business on Wednesday, because we need to, digest what the survey results are.
Yes, sir.
As a component to the entire process.
And part of that survey result was reflected in the profile that we developed. The directive was to gather community input to develop the desired candidate profile. And in fact, if you look at the recruitment brochure itself, it even lists the salary range for the position. So based on the feedback from the council and the community survey, we designed a profile that was inclusive of those comments and concerns.
Okay.
In fact, citizens even submitted interview questions. Some of them are, in my professional opinion, not appropriate. Some are very relevant, but I'll be happy to share the entire document with the council.
Yeah.
It's your work product.
And to your point right there, what you just mentioned, some people are even sending you questions. I'm telling you, our city of El Paso is hungry for a new city manager. They want the involvement. They want participation in the process. And so that, to me, is a very strong point. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Moving on to my third point, should this action item pass, is there any increased costs related to the scope of work and what we have agreed on for the contract with Baker Tilly? And would we have any idea what that might be?
I would have to go back and look based on the details, but in most cases, when there is a change of scope, there is a change to fee because the contracted fee will ultimately be impacted.
I'm sure it is, but I just wanted confirmation.
I think the
of that.
answer is yes, just because what was in the original contract was the preparatory work that was done to go out, have the community meetings, get the surveys that actually shape the characteristics that was populated in the brochure that went out that talked about the priorities. And then the structure of the actual interviews and bringing in the panels as part of the contract. The additional community meetings are not a part of the contract that we have in place right now.
All right. That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Representative Acevedo, followed by Representative
Thank you, Mayor.
Salcido.
It's difficult to find a place to start because there's a lot that my colleagues have asked that has generated more questions, and I think overall I feel like this is a complete disaster. I think that when you started thinking about contracted services and saying that this could, like, it seems like you got money eyes and immediately thinking about this item saying, oh, well, we're going to increase this. And if you read the item, it says community meetings, community organizations, community-led meetings. We're not asking you to do more. And at the same time, in this last month, I really don't know what you've been doing, right, other than being out of the country and being inaccessible, you and your other team member. Because the last time that you and I talked was June 28th. And at that time, you had told me that we had a little over 90 applications and you had gotten 10 more. And I asked you, can you tell me if the 10 more applications would be worthy of moving forward? Never heard from you. I guess that's when you left and went out of the country. And I think that right now we're standing here, and next week we're supposed to do these meet and greets, community panels, city manager interviews with council, and the people that are on the panels haven't received any information, and it's literally next week. And like Representative Molina was saying, people need to plan for this, and you said that you usually wait to tell people a few days before for a number of reasons, but that doesn't make any sense to me. What are those number of reasons? That's a question.
Well, there were other issues prior to that, respectfully, Representative, that I want to address. Like most employees, my family and I deserve time apart. And after 2 years, I took a vacation. At no point was this project left unattended. There were 3 other consultants available. Based on your most recent conversation, you and I talked, we discussed the process, and I did tell you, and I did provide additional, not only, we have, I think, 124 applications, I provided those to you. And so the process itself is that of my personal time is not inconsistent with any other employee in the United States. And so I think it is unfair to reference my time, be it across the street or across the ocean, as an issue of contention, because we have been available, accessible.
No, you haven't. No, you haven't.
Sir, do you recall this?
I called the person that was second, and she answered, and then again I called you and I called her again. No answer.
Okay.
And so it's you're trying to construct a narrative that you haven't taken a vacation in 2 years, and I'm sorry that you haven't taken a vacation in 2 years. And
That's
I think
my decision, though.
and I think that's great to go on vacation, but I think when I go on vacation, I make sure that everything is in order and there's a chain of command that can handle those things. But when I can't reach the other person, that's a problem. And she didn't call me back. She had a Minnesota number. We only talked once, and we talked on July 8th.
Meeting?
We talked on July 8th.
The scheduled meeting we had?
The scheduled meeting
Yes, did you and I schedule
March?
a meeting?
Which one?
Well,
The
there were several,
June
but do
28th?
you
No,
remem-
no, there were not several. There
You
was one in
remember me
March.
calling you
There
back?
was one in March, and there was a phone call
Let's
on
not
June
talk-
28th.
Representative Acevedo, let's not talk about.
No, I mean,
I know, but if you ask him a question, let him answer, and then you can come back,
I
sir.
want to be able to answer the question. We scheduled a meeting. You had some unexpected events. I understand that. Do you recall that part, that we had a meeting?
The phone meeting?
Yes.
June 28th.
Right, and we then talked about the process for evaluating the candidates. See, I want to make one thing clear. I'm here to work for you. I'm not a politician. I don't do politics.
You're sure speaking like one.
Hey, sir.
He is.
Okay.
I know, but please.
And that's the thing. I want direct answers.
I know,
don't
but
wanna
let's be
beat
respectful,
around
sir.
the bush.
I know.
I want to be respectful.
I don't appreciate that. This is your process. We're going to get you the information that you want. We're going to do this. Just give me answers.
What's the question?
Why were you not available? Why didn't your chain of command work in this last month to answer the phone calls that I had?
Okay, do you have those questions? Can you show me where you called or someone didn't respond?
Yeah, so I
Because
called on
my
July
step- Sir,
11th.
can I please answer the question?
Go ahead.
My staff have given me updates and report. Even on vacation, I had my phone and responded to messages from all clients. And so to hear this now, it's somewhat disingenuous because I know that during my absence, I was disconnected from work but connected to all projects. Okay? And so when there were calls, hey, this person called, this needs to be addressed, and we addressed those issues. So what I'm trying to determine is what exactly was not responded to anyone on this council.
So the 2 phone calls that happened, the first was to you on July 11th at 7:34 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. No answer, so I said, oh, he's probably still out. Gave you the benefit of the doubt, right? Then I called the Minnesota number that I had spoken to 3 days prior on July 8th at 7:35 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. And the reason that those calls had happened was to understand why we were doing a press release, or a press conference, the next day, without having the ability for the council to come together and meet.
Sir, that's not a question for my firm. We can't answer question about internal processes. Our job is to lead the recruitment, present information, and the organization makes decision about what and when to release. That is not my job.
So it was the process that you're not part of that process.
What process?
The process, because I mean, to me, that's the process, right?
I did not make a decision to release information. I work for the council and I present information to the council, to the city, to our client. I can't decide when you meet, who you meet, what you release. That is not my part of the scope of work in any recruitment.
Okay, so to be clear, you were only here to present the information and gather the information that we submitted on July 9th?
I'm not sure.
The rankings. That was the only thing you were there for? To do that in that process, in that part of the process?
Sir, I'm a little confused there.
So we all had to submit 4 names and an alternate, right?
Correct.
Correct, as part of the process.
Yes.
And when we submitted those, we had an extended deadline to do it, which ended up being on Tuesday, July 9th. Correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And when we submitted that in the link, we were not ranking anybody. We were just submitting 4 names and an alternate. But when we did the submission, it asked us to just submit 5 names. We couldn't designate who the alternate was. Correct?
That's correct.
And so I guess that question right there alone, I wonder where that went wrong, or if that was always supposed to be the thing where we were supposed to do 5 names and then you would pick an alternate, or how did we know who was the alternate?
It was based on the number of votes. And so to ensure that the council was not making a pre-selection or making any implied selection of the top candidates, we asked each council member to individually select their top candidates. In the process, someone did not select but 2 candidates. So the numbers were distorted, which is, it happens. But ideally what we do is we ask each council member to independently select their top candidates in no ranking order, and it's specific. Based on that, the numbers will tell you who the top 4 candidates are, and the follow-up candidate would then be your alternate, meaning we do not, we have not, and we will not ever make a decision that is left to the council.
And so I guess the alternate was based on how the rankings would come out. It wasn't necessarily picking an alternate when we were submitting the 4 names and an alternate.
That's correct.
It was really what should have been told to us: submit 5 names, and then the rankings will do 4.
That was in the memo, Councilman. That was in the memo that outlined the process. It says select your candidates in no particular order, and we asked and we explained that the top 4 candidates would be your finalists, and the other candidate will be an alternate in the event one of the 4 candidates. That's all outlined in detail in the memo which we presented.
I didn't understand it that way, and I need to look for the memo, and I haven't seen it in a bit, but I understood it as submit 4 names and an alternate. So when I was looking at the link, it was just 5 names, and so I was a little confused at that point. So to be clear, that was the end of your process in terms of rankings.
Right. We presented the candidates. We received, as of last Friday, I think there were 121 applicants. The candidates that submitted their application by the posted first review date went through the process of completing a candidate questionnaire, a due diligence questionnaire about background, and then we also asked them to do a one-way video interview. Based on the responses, based on the classification of the responses, we presented the candidates that, in my professional opinion, met the desired candidate profile. And so you received a report with 10 external candidates, 4 internal. And for the purpose of the reporting, I identified the internal candidate just for the council to have access to all information. The difference is we don't do any background on the internal candidates or references, and that's just part of our process. And so the council's job was to identify the top candidates independently. Once you selected the candidate, it just so happened that the candidates were all internal, totally beyond my control.
Okay, so you had nothing to do with the press conference on July 12th?
No, sir.
Okay, so we answered that, and I appreciate that answer. One of the things that was being said is that there were surveys that went out March 25th through the 31st. How many surveys were responded?
I'll be happy to send the survey report to you, council member. I don't have this specific detail in front of me, but I'll be happy to send that to you as well.
Okay, and so part of the thing for me is that we're talking March, and the job was posted in May, right? And so I think the surveys were gathering data to understand what people wanted to see in a city manager, to prepare a job description, to inform us this is what the public wants to see. And then we had 2 community meetings downtown. And at those 2 community meetings, nobody really showed up. I think it was 5 to 10 people, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, okay. And so I think that when we were thinking about putting this item on the agenda today, we're seeing this, that everything that's happened so far has happened downtown, right? And I think that those 2 community meetings, the surveys that were gathered, that is for a phase that already ended. It was to inform who we want to see, the qualities of a city manager, right? And then once we submitted the rankings and then the press conference happened, we started another phase of the process. At least that's the way it is to me. And so in bringing this forward, and we're about a week and a half away from this entire process that's going to happen on August 7th through the 9th. The people that were put on the panels still don't have information on what time constraints, right? And it's next week. And then the other thing that I see here is that, again, we're asking people to come to the convention center downtown for a meet and greet that will have some sort of format, and I think there was some ideas thrown out by my colleagues to make it a little bit better. But what the intent of this item, and maybe Laura, this is a question that you may be able to answer, is can community members come to you and say, we want to put on a forum in this venue, at this city venue, and you could help facilitate that for them, where the search firm, the intent of the search firm to be there, that was never the thought behind this item at all. But that's why we kind of said community members and community organizations to use facilities to host 3 additional community-led meetings.
My recommendation is for these to be led by staff rather than community, and so that there is a consistency across the board with the meetings, to ensure that there is fairness in all of those meetings. I do have a slide if you'd like me to.
Yeah, let me just add one thing to that.
Sure.
We certainly can do whatever you as a body would like to do with this. The only thing that I'd like to make sure that we add is that we incorporate a feedback mechanism to you if you choose to do this. But yeah, I mean, we could do this as a staff if the council chooses to go forward with it.
And I think that also, and I understand why you're saying both those things, and both those things make sense. But I think that it would be great for the community to have the ability to have the 4 candidates up there and then go up to microphone and do a Q&A for an hour or an hour and a half or whatever it is, just to have that interaction and everybody hears those answers, and we're controlling time and say, okay, you have a 30-second question or 1-minute question, whatever it is, but having that interaction rather than just a meet and greet, right? More of a forum aspect to it.
We can do that. My recommendation, though, would be in order to ensure that everyone has an opportunity to have the one-on-one, that the meet and greet format be followed, because the community feedback that we've received in a lot of ways has been that they prefer that one-on-one, where they have a couple of hours to individually ask their questions specifically to them, and take a little bit more time so that it doesn't feel as rushed for the individual candidates. And if I can, I don't know if you want me to show the slide that I have.
Yeah, sure. You can show the slide. I mean, obviously, the council hasn't made a decision. What I've asked Laura to do when I saw the item on the agenda was to make sure that we at least have a plan in place should you choose to move forward with it. The only other comment I'm going to make on this is part of an interview process. And so I would recommend that there's some consistency in terms of how these would be done, because you're not just doing it to do it, you're doing it to get feedback, whether it's from the community or not, for you all to make the decision. And so I just feel like there should be some consistency with how that's being done, and there should again certainly be some type of feedback loop to you as members who will ultimately make the selection.
Yeah, so I think that I like what you're saying. It's a good point. And I think that if there was a mechanism, like if Laura wants to do like the meet and greet format that she's gotten good feedback on, and maybe like a Menti or a Nearpod or something like that where they submit information to get the feedback, is that kind of what you're thinking?
So what I would recommend in these scenarios is that with the event that we're having at the convention center, one of the things that I've requested from Edward is a survey, an online survey. So we could extend the survey and provide the survey on site at each of these additional locations. That wouldn't be a problem. And then also on top of that, we would also be able to do the same kind of initial setup where we have a 2-minute elevator speech of sorts for the candidates, and then they go to their respective sections, and then they would do the one-on-ones with all of the folks that show up. And then this would also give any late comers to the event to be able to come out and still have their one-on-one and not really miss any opportunity in the conversations. On the screen, you'll see location options: the Beast, Zoo Pavilion, the Gallatin, Nolan Richards, Gary de Palacios, and Silvio Perron. My recommendation, if you want to do 3 locations, are going to be the Beast, Nolan Richards, and the Silvio Perron location. But there are some costs, even if you all choose to do this separate and apart from Baker Tilly. One of the things that we could that we need to take into consideration is there are some costs with the changes in the Department of Labor. There are some costs associated with overtime for the staff that is going to have to be able to stay and keep the space open. And then I would also recommend that water and snacks be provided to the folks that are coming into the space. So there are some things that you all need to take into consideration in that respect.
Yeah, and I think that the costs are minimal compared to what we're getting out of this, right? Because I think that is going to be more community engagement rather than have one thing for this specific phase, right? Because I think there has been community engagement in the past months to inform who we wanted to see, but now we have 4 candidates, and now people get the chance to meet the candidates and be able to talk to them one-on-one, provide the survey feedback. And with such a short timeline, also with the survey happening August 7th, and if we extend it to this, will we have the survey results in time for us to interview them on August 9th, I forget? 8th? No?
It becomes problematic. You could potentially, one of the possibilities is if we make it strictly press A, B, C, it could be. But if we add anything to the survey where you have an opportunity to write a written comment, then no. If it's a simplified survey, extremely simple, clean, then there's a good opportunity.
And I feel that it would be good to have actual comments, right, from people to have that understanding. But even if we just did a quantitative survey, we wouldn't have there's still that chance, right? So I feel that we need to have the survey information in order for us to make a better informed decision when we are doing these interviews. It wouldn't make sense to get it after the fact, you know? And I don't think this is really on you not being able to give it to us, right? It's just the shortened timeline, right? And so I feel that we kind of need to address that as well as one of the things that is coming up in this conversation.
But, yeah, I think one of the things that would be helpful, Representative, is to understand the objective, because we have an initially established objective for the initially scheduled community survey. My question now becomes, are we changing the expectation or the objective of the community meet and greet versus the new meetings that we're talking about today? I just want to understand. And the reason for that is, as a researcher, you understand there's some specific objectives as it relates to, be it qualitative or quantitative data research. We can address that at any point. But the conversation is, what are we asking, what are we hoping to get from the survey?
I think, at least for me, I will read that information, and that will help me ask questions, guide my decision, saying, you know, I saw this one comment from community members over and over again. How are you going to address this X person candidate, right?
Perfect.
And so getting the information after the fact, it's like, well, why did we even compile the information if we're just like, oh, okay, we already made the decision. It's nice to get the survey data now, but it's kind of pointless at that point, you know?
Yeah, I'm happy to work with my team to develop a survey. For example, rate the candidates' communication style, how well they communicate, in your opinion. But having some clearly defined objective will help us establish the survey, design the survey that will provide you with useful information, communication style, leadership style. There's some things that you will get, for example, what's your vision for the community? The city manager's vision for the community is not as relevant as the council's vision, because the council then passes the vision to the city manager. So the idea is we want to have some general sense as to what we're hoping to elicit via the survey from the respondents.
And for me, I think the quantitative part is fine, but I think a qualitative part also is really important to this. One or two questions that is going to be able to give them some sort of storytelling to say, I really liked when they said this part, or I really wish they would have tackled this a little more. Can you ask that question, or something like that, right? And
what if I draft the survey and share it with the council, and you all give me your input
That would
before?
be great.
I'll be happy to do that, so that we can at least be on the same page relative to what are we trying to accomplish from the community survey, from the community meet and greet forum. I'll be happy to design that and share that with you all for feedback.
That would be great. I appreciate it. And the last question I have for now is the panels that we put people on, that we have two panels, each council person put two people on them. Are these not going to be approved by the entire council like we approve our committee members for the plethora of committees that we have? They're not going to be on an agenda?
I don't know the answer.
No, and I don't think, I was asking that to the
I'm sorry, ask the question again?
So usually we have board appointments, committee appointments. We put them on the city council agenda every other week. Are we not going to approve the panelists that we chose for these two committees that the city council appointed?
I don't think there was a decision. They didn't do it the last time, so there wasn't a plan to do that.
The last time being the city attorney?
Well, city manager, I know.
Okay. I just worry about the precedent that sets, because I mean, I feel that even if it's the charter says that that's okay, I feel that it would just be easier to make sure that the council's approving all these things just like we approve everything else, especially for such an important thing.
Oh.
Good morning, Mayor and members of council, Representative Acevedo, Kristen Hamilton-Karam from the City Attorney's Office. The committee members that you're referring to are typically ongoing committees that are established by a resolution of council, an ordinance of council, and for a couple of the committees, it's established by the city charter. And those resolutions require that appointments be approved by council. This process was established in the contract and in the scope of work that City Council discussed and approved last winter. And this process did not require that council approve each member's appointment to the panels. So it is a rather different and a very temporary panel that is established in this process versus your ongoing boards and commissions that are established by council resolution or ordinance. So that is the distinction.
Okay, and sorry, that made me also think of another question. When are they going to be contacted to understand what's going on and to separate, ask for the day off, or?
I think the most important thing will be to solidify the dates, and once we have that, I think it's reasonable within a few days, 5 days before or so, a week before, giving them a preliminary notification as to when the interview's date will be, and providing them with some details and instructions about the process and their responsibility and expectations. But again, the most important thing will be to solidify the dates and ensure that we're all on the same page relative to when each of these events and their locations will be.
Thank you. Do you have a motion by any chance, sir?
Sorry, yeah, I move to approve this item, and thank you, Laura, for providing those suggestions. I think the 3 that you said would be great. I don't remember exactly.
Second.
I remember it was the Beast.
This is what was shown on there.
Yeah, what was shown on there.
So the locations are going to be the Beast Urban Park. These are my recommendations. The Beast Urban Park, Nolan Richardson, and Sylvia Carrion Community Center as those locations.
And those work with the component of adding a qualitative survey.
Yes, that
Okay.
would include a survey.
So I'll add that to the motion, and Rep. Salcido, if you want to second that again.
Second.
Okay.
All right, Representative Salcido, and then we'll go ahead and take the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank the mayor for asking Baker Tilly to be here, and as well want to thank Baker Tilly for being here and hearing the concerns of the council. More importantly, it's the concerns of our constituents. And so we are, elected by the people, and we have to speak for the people. And so that is why we needed to ask you all these questions. You've seen that there's been quite some confusion with the community, with ourselves, and so I'm glad we're all here to have that great conversation to really get to the point where we needed to get. Just we need to focus on moving forward and forget about the past. It's how we approach focused on the forward and making sure we get it right, ending this period. So I did also want to share an additional, suggestion or thought. I know I kind of heard a little bit about, adding additional costs to the scope of work, but when we're kind of having this conversation here, when we're talking about community engagement, and I heard what was done, I think that was not in the capacity of a search firm. In my perspective, the max capacity of what you can do to community engage. Like I think one there you mentioned, there was not even meetings in other districts. We are a very big community, 8 districts. I represent 85,000 people. So when we're talking about community engagement, we were talking about really the masses, right? And so I don't think that was really quite done, and I know that that was in the scope of work, and so I don't think there should be no additional scope of work, and the community was never heard, and so they're paying for this. This is their taxpayer dollar, this is our taxpayer dollar, so I really hope that you can really consider that as you're looking to wanting to add any additional costs as we're of the scope, and I will never discount the hard work, but I am suggesting that.
Thank you for that, and I will be happy to take this under advisement because I think it's, as I said before, the one thing I want to do is to do a good job. And sometimes you win, sometimes you don't. But my job, I work for you, and if that's what you want us to do, we'll find a way to make it happen.
And I appreciate it greatly. And I think last I wanted just to say that, we could definitely end in a very, 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 very positive note here. So thank you.
Thank you. And please share the timeline with everybody because I think that'll be important.
I'm going to let him share the timeline, but I just want to point out that if we add these 3 community meetings, and we do a qualitative and quantitative survey, there's a very good chance we won't meet the timeline. So that timeline will have to be altered. So
Well, we need to make sure we still get in within the 7th and 8th.
that's my concern.
Okay.
Do we have the
Oops.
timeline? You have a...
Representative Molinar?
So the timeline right now that we have is for, so right now we have the timeline is for the 7th. We have the 2 external panels that would interview on the 7th, and then we have the meet and greet at the convention center on the evening of the 7th. Then we have an employee breakfast for the morning of the 8th, just for employees to engage with the candidates. And then currently we have scheduled 3 interview panels for council. That may be adjusted in the next agenda item, but the interview panels are for the 8th. And then the 9th, it would be taken into executive session for you all to deliberate.
Thank you. Representative Molinar, followed by Representative Sabel again.
Thank you, Mayor. So I know we're showing a slide that shows 6 different options for meeting locations, but I get it, and this action item considers 3 extra meetings. So who's going to make that determination where they're going to be? Because I can tell you, I need to fight for the people of District 4, and there's no community center there for District 4. So I would have to say that we need to meet at Nolan Richardson because that borders District 2 and District 4.
It is one of the recommended locations, sir. If you look at the screen on
Yes.
there, my recommendation is for the B. Servant Park, Nolan Richardson, and the Sylvia Carrion location.
Okay. But you're
And
the
then-
one making that, you're the authority of making that, or the city manager going to do
You
that?
just put that on the vote. You all
Okay.
he just added it to the vote. I do want to ask a very quick question because of the timeline. We have the Monday, Tuesday as available for these meetings. The 7th is a meeting here at the Convention Center. And then you have the 8th and the 9th already completely booked up. There's not enough time for a 3rd meeting.
And that's what I was going to ask. Sorry to interrupt, but
I would ask the city manager.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go back and take, I don't want to make a timing decision without really fully looking at it.
Right.
I think it's a mistake for us to do that in here. I think you just have to be open, that we'd have to come back to the council and let you know if we're gonna have to make we'll have to kind of figure out how we would communicate that to you, but if we have to make an adjustment to the timeline, we're gonna have to
So
look at it.
let me make sure I understand that, Colonel Weston. So I'm ready to make a motion to extend the timeline on this for this amendment here, or make an amendment to extend it. But I would refer, if you have your meetings and you decide on what you're going to do, or what's the best practice moving forward.
Yeah, ultimately, I'd like to try to stay with what we've already decided to do. But if I see that that's not going to work, then we'll communicate.
Then you'll bring it back?
We won't bring it back. We'll have to send a message to all of you on an adjusted timeline.
Okay, then I won't be making any
I'll hold you to a date
amendment.
certain, because we won't have.
That's
the
assuming the
opportunity to
item
get back.
passes, of course.
If it passes, that's correct.
Okay.
Then we'll have to look at that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And what I was going to say was that it seems like the 6th and 7th kind of work, and even part of the 8th works. But maybe if we added an extra week or 2, probably an extra week, to just move what we were doing on the 8th and 9th, which would be the actual interviews, that could give you some runway to do the 3 meetings.
Yeah, I'll take a look. I'm going to see how we could structure this. I think we just need a little staff time to do that. We'll try to stay within that tight shot group of time, though.
Okay, and so I don't know, Representative Molinar, if you wanted to amend what you were saying to give the city manager an extra week or 2 to amend the timeline as needed?
No, I'll go ahead and trust the judgment of the city manager moving forward.
Okay.
All right, so we got motion and a second?
Yes, sir.
Oh,
and
I'm sorry. Representative Mayor Pro Tem?
I am concerned that last-minute questions are good. Last-minute adjustments happen. But delays are beyond a week or so are, to me personally, unacceptable. The process, I thought, was fairly upfront. We got an email with everybody's resumes of the finalists for us to pick. It was a composite of everybody's choices that were the finalists and the alternates. I agree that having the community weigh in a little more heavily is a good idea. But if this delay goes more than a week, I find it unacceptable. I have a hard time voting for something when I'm not sure what delay I'm adding into what I'm voting for. My concern is we vote for something thinking it's a week delay, and then it becomes well, maybe it's going to be 2 or 3 or 12 or 15 or, next year, try to push it into a lame duck so we can delay it even further. I mean, I have that concern that we're voting for an item not knowing the effect of the item. If I said right now, what is the delay? If someone votes yes on this item, what will the delay be?
I can't answer that question. I don't know.
We're voting for an item not knowing what the actual effect of the item is, except we are doing the one thing that I think pretty much everybody agrees on, is we want to have some more input from the community. I don't see anybody that's against that. My concern is we don't really know what the other effect is. And until we do that, I'm concerned about voting for something without that knowledge. I don't know of anybody who's going to say we shouldn't do community input. What's the end result of that vote?
Well,
we don't know.
I think if the item passes, then I think it's important for Colonel Weston and the team to get together and determine if they can do that efficiently, because I know that, Ms. Wiggins and Colonel Weston are not going to bring it forward if it's not efficient, if they can't get us a survey. So I think if it passes, I think it's important that Colonel Weston and Ms. Wiggins comes back to us and let us know, and really by email. I think they can change the timeline. That's not an issue if we're not going to be effective and get it done. And at this point, they're going to look and see if they can get it done. And if they can get it done, then we stay with the timeline. If they can't, there's no way, no how. They're not going to change it. That wouldn't be the right thing to do, and they know that. And that's what Colonel Weston's kind of asked us to do. So with that.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to clarify, the motions that are on the floor, I think.
She'll read it.
Oh, yeah,
We'll have her read it. Will you read the
And
motion?
I'll ask Representative Acevedo to restate the motions, because I'm unclear on it.
I move to, I guess, I'll try to be more direct on this rather than just move to approve this item with the 3 suggestions that Laura Cruz Acosta said. Nolan Richardson, the Beast, and okay, and Sylvia Carrion Community Center, to add the Q&A and a qualitative survey to this to get results prior to us interviewing, and add, and I guess that we'll do that.
Right, that's what you second. Ms. Prine?
Okay, so the motion is to direct the city manager to allow community members and community organizations to use city facilities to host 3 additional, do you want community-led meetings or staff-led meetings?
Staff.
Staff-led meetings between members of the public and the finalist candidates for city manager to be held at Beast Urban Park, Nolan Richardson Recreation Center, Sylvia Carrion Community Center, and at qualitative and quantitative surveys so that the results are provided to council prior to city manager interviews.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Can I have a point of order? There's not any reference to timeline on it?
No. The colonel will bring it back otherwise. Thank you.
On that motion, call for the vote. Voting session is open. In the voting session. And the motion passes 6-2. Representatives Kennedy Fierro voting nay. Representatives Acevedo, Hernandez, Molinar, Salcido, Rivera, Canales voting aye, the motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, sir.
Yes, sir.
That brings us to item number 4, and this is discussion and action to amend the city manager search process by eliminating city representative interview panels and instead have the entire body of the El Paso City Council conduct interviews with candidate finalists as one body. This process creates better perspective, allows for greater follow-up questions and discussion, and achieve greater collaboration and unity. This further reduces the burden on candidate finalists and allows for better preparation during interviews. Amend interview process further by eliminating rule that restricts city representatives speaking twice and for only 20 minutes total. This item was also submitted by Representatives Acevedo and Salcido.
Thank you, Mayor. So this one is two parts. And the mayor and I had a good conversation about this.
Yes, sir.
Where the process was already being amended to get rid of the council panels that would do the interviews. And so I was
Right.
happy to hear that. And I guess this would make it extra official because we were thinking that it would be easier for the candidates, really, to not be tired of going to 3 different panels of interviews and just speak to the one body. And I think that would be a stronger process, and it would be better for our candidates as they go through. And then the second part of this is to eliminate speaking twice and for up to 20 minutes during this process. Since it'll be an executive session, I think we have the ability to be able to ask a lot of questions, right, and be able to make the best decision possible. So just for this process itself, because I'm okay with the executive session speaking twice, 20 minutes, I think that we could eliminate it for just these interviews. So
Now, you and I had talked a little bit that you should be able to ask as many questions as you want, but also limit it to 10 minutes
Yes.
per question, just
Yes.
so everyone else has the opportunity to kind of ask questions.
yeah, so unlimited 10-minute
Right, exactly.
speaks.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and I think that sounded really good.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And just to be clear, we just have to make sure that each candidate is asked the exact same questions. So we have to be consistent.
Yes,
They
ma'am.
all have to get the same questions.
Yes, ma'am. And that's why I think we're going to have someone in there and make sure they write them down to make sure we have the same question for every candidate.
But we could ask some follow-ups, no?
Right.
ask
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
follow-up questions. Yeah, we should have the same questions,
Right.
follow-up questions, and then deliberations can take a while. And
Correct.
Yeah, and
that's
some
where
may
we're
be a
saying
little
the
bit
10
different,
minutes.
to your point, ma'am. Some maybe, you answered a certain way, and I'd answered a certain way. Mike, the way I answered it might have gotten Representative Acevedo to ask a follow-up
Correct.
something different, which
Absolutely.
that will happen.
Correct. Now, our intent was that Baker Tilly was going to provide questions. Is that not are you okay
Yes.
with that?
Yeah, but we will ask different questions based on their answers.
Correct.
And that's what Representative
Correct.
Acevedo is saying. which
Yeah,
is
I
agree
think
with.
that kind of gave that kind of answered my questions in terms of
Right.
how can we
Correct.
add questions and stuff. So that works. So I'd like to make a motion to approve this item.
Second.
Ms. Prine? Oh, I'm sorry, sir. Go ahead, Representative Rivera.
Thank you, Mayor. So let me understand you right. You want to eliminate those that we chose to be on a panel to us?
No. So in the process,
Us.
we were the council is gonna be split in 3s, and then each of the candidates was gonna go through each council panel.
So you're referring to the council panel?
Yeah. So this would be the entire body now interviews.
Had one.
This is
at one
separate
time.
from the council appointed panels of members of the public.
Okay.
Completely separate.
My misunderstanding, I was ready to
Sorry about that.
talk about that. Okay, because it makes it sound like we're eliminating the city representative interview panels instead.
Yeah, that's us. That'll be us. Instead of 3 panels of 3, will be one body together.
Okay.
And then it'll be unlimited questions, limit 10 minutes, other people.
I
But
just want to be,
unlimited 10 minutes.
okay, so I want to be assured that our
Yes, sir.
panel that we chose is staying in place.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. With that, we have a motion and a second.
Yes, Mayor, the motion was made by Representative Representative Acevedo, seconded by Representative Salcido. And the motion is to amend the city manager search process by eliminating city representative interview panels and instead have the entire body of the El Paso City Council conduct interviews with candidate finalists as one body, and to suspend the rules that limit speaking twice per item.
I'd limit it to 10 minutes, unlimited. And you might have said I didn't hear it.
And keep the 10 minutes, however, suspend the speaking twice, the rule that says they can
Yes,
only
ma'am.
speak twice per
Yes, ma'am.
item.
Be notifying the panel that we chose that they're going to
That's what we talked about, and he
That
said
was
within the
earlier,
next
right?
2 to 3 days, you'll have them all contacted.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
On that motion, call for the vote. End the voting session. And the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I think that's it for you, sir. Thank you for coming.
We now move on to item number 5, and this is discussion and action to direct the city manager and city attorney to prepare and host 2 community meetings in each city council district to inform, educate, and explain in detail the proposed ordinance calling an election on November 5th, 2024, to permit voters to determine whether to revoke the city's authority to issue the 2012 quality of life bonds that have not yet been sold or delivered. Further, provide a cost analysis and detailed line item budget for the community outreach, mailers, text messages, and educational campaign related to the voter education the city will provide for this specific election. This should include an estimate of the total cost to the taxpayers. Additionally, all marketing, communication, and outreach must provide timelines across all mediums and be approved by the council prior to initiation. Outreach should commence once the election is called and be completed no later than 2 weeks before the first ballots by mail are sent out. The communications should include a timeline of events from 2012 to the present and a list of all expenditures per bond series that have been sold but not fully utilized. This item was placed by Representatives Salcido and Acevedo.
Representative Molinar. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor Pro Tem, are you recognizing me then, or Representative?
I'm going to recognize Representative Salcido.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Just wanted to kind of just give a little synopsis of what the item is. This item is more just to get y'all's collaboration as colleagues here. One of the things that I vastly heard from my constituents that they were not clear on a lot of the verbiage of everything. So I kind of wanted to make sure that I dictated everything that their concerns were and hear from this council what is realistic and not realistic to be able to be provided within timelines. Like we heard earlier, timelines were restrictive, but I want to make sure that we really try to figure ways out to communicate to the community what they're asking us. So just wanted to share that with everybody. Thank you.
Anyone else have any questions? Representative Molinar.
Thank you very much, Mayor. So I'm not sure where the city manager went to, but just want to make sure to include that there are Spanish-speaking components related to all of this. Since we have a large Hispanic population, I don't see anything regarded here, but I don't want to just take it for granted as well.
Hold on, I'm trying to shift my brain. I was outside having a conversation. Can you repeat your question, sir?
Yes,
I apologize.
thank you, Laura. I appreciate your help. So I just, reading this multiple times, I don't see anything component as far as related to Spanish speaking or translation services. And I know we take it for granted, and we do it, but I just don't, I want to make sure that that is a component of this action item as well, or do we need to make that?
Sure. And all of the efforts that we do participate. There is a Spanish translation in terms of the pieces that we create.
Okay. I just wanted clarification. Thank you, ma'am.
Sure.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative Acevedo.
Laura, Laura, I'm sorry to keep you bringing.
No, it's okay.
The translation of items, but do you do interpretation as well?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
So I do have a presentation for this item as well.
Okay.
If I can ask IT to share on the screen.
Yeah, I'd love to see it.
So just a little bit of background information in terms of previous educational campaigns that we produced out there. We've had the charter amendments, redistricting, the community progress bond, as well as a public safety bond that we've put out information for. On average, the campaigns will begin about 10 months before the election and or vote. In some scenarios, it's actually been 2 months out before the election or the vote. The cost is anywhere between $200,000 to $300,000, and it usually involves about 9 community meetings, not 16 is what I think y'all are proposing. Typically 7 in person with 2 hybrid. I find that 2 in each meeting might be a little bit of an overkill, just my personal experience. Communications outreach plan, what I'm proposing for you all is actually a dedicated website, press releases, social media postings, as well as meta ads, Google ads. We have traditional media with interviews and story pitches. And then of course we have our city TV programming as well as our YC5 programming. We'd reach out to the neighborhood associations in order to get the word out through the neighborhood associations. And then we'd have the community meetings, TV, radio, PSAs, council newsletters, mailers, and text messaging is what y'all had requested. The things that you see there in yellow with the $ are going to be costs that are going to be, that we need to consider. So the breakdown here that I have for you, and you can probably see it a little bit closer, I don't know if on your computers, but the meta ad, I'm recommending about $2,000 at minimum, and the Google ads at $5,000. The community meetings, it's unknown for me. There is the overtime and possible rentals, if any are involved. TV, radio ads, mailers, and text messaging. I do have on this table the pros and cons associated with that, along with the total estimated cost being about $367,000. My recommendation, if you all wish to move forward with this effort, is that we stick to Meta and Google ads as well as the mailers. Those, my experience, have been the most effective. And the community meetings, I would limit it to 9.
Is that all your presentation?
Oh. Yes.
Okay, sorry. I was like, I didn't see the mission, vision.
Yes, sorry. Yes, that's the end of my presentation.
Thank you for that. And I think that 9 does make sense, and I would be happy to lower it to that, the 7 and the 2 hybrid meetings. But maybe at the very least, maybe it's 1 hybrid meeting and then 8 in person. That way it's at least 1 in each district.
So,
but I'll leave
yeah.
that
Yeah.
up to each district's representative to see if they want to have a meeting in their district or not, you know? But I think that I appreciate this preliminary presentation on what it kind of looks like. And I think the idea of our item today is to kind of capture that at a future meeting, to say, this is what we're hoping to see in a presentation, and get more into the details, because I'm sure you just kind of put this together in the last 5 days when you saw that we put this item on here. So I think we want to make sure that you have the ability to give us more detailed with good plans on how this is going to go down. And I think the recommendations that you've made so far are looking great, and I think we could get into the details at a later meeting when you have more time to prepare.
Sure.
Thank you.
Motion to approve?
Second.
As written?
Well, he suggested to take off 1 meeting, right? Yep.
The suggestion is to have 8 in person and 1 hybrid.
That's a great
Smart.
suggestion. Thank you,
Yeah,
Steph.
and that's what you had talked about.
Yeah.
Perfect. I think we talked about it too.
Yeah.
Thank you. Who's next? Representative Rivera?
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Cruz, are you going to provide that preliminary report or presentation that you just did?
Yes, I submitted this. I whipped this up last night, so I apologize.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, and I've been fighting a cold, so super fun to do this. So yeah, I can send this presentation to you all. I'll amend it to fit the conversation, but I'll send it to you all and to the city clerk's office for filing purposes.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem? Thank you, sir.
Ms. Neiman, I was just going to say that for my district, I know we're going to use my community meeting that we have monthly anyway. So you've been there before on other issues.
Yes, sir.
And put this in as a instant request to make the presentation at my community meeting.
Will do, sir. I'll
Ms.
get with
Ms.
you.
Neiman, I had a question. There's a concern, I know we've had a concern when we were doing the charter amendments, the other charter amendments, that we not get into advocating yes or no. It is purely informational.
Yes, sir. That's still the case in this instance.
So if we have a presentation, do we clear it through bond counsel to make sure that we're not even tacitly hinting a yes or a no on this vote?
Yes, so historically, Ms. Cruz Acosta submits her proposal to the city attorney's office, and then we vet it as well as outside counsel. And then the revisions or the recommendations are made, and then that campaign is put out.
Do you have to get Attorney General's approval on language once we determine it or no?
So the outside counsel takes care of
Right.
running the language through the attorney generals for the posting of the ballot. I don't know whether they also do it for the campaign material, but it is vetted through outside counsel in our office before it's disseminated.
There is a fine line when for example, we're going to have a presentation at my community meeting. There's a fine line between a personal opinion and a representation that I'm representing the city, because city can have no stance, correct?
Correct.
If you could kind of just, at some point, just send us something kind of with the guidelines on here's in and out of bounds on that.
Yes, absolutely, we'll do that.
Because I want to make sure we'll get asked questions on where we are on that issue.
Mhm.
And if we're standing in a city building with a city representatives meeting with city staff giving a presentation, I get concerned at that point about then saying, here's what I think, and it could tacitly be seen as, oh, here's what the city thinks.
Correct. And that those are instances in which we'd likely recommend that you not take the position at a community meeting being held by staff.
Okay. If you could kind of give us the guidelines on that, I just want to make sure we don't wander out, we don't color outside the lines.
Yes, sir, we will provide you something that will give you additional recommendations on how to conduct yourself in those meetings.
Great, I appreciate that. And if this passes, I look forward to seeing you at my community meeting.
Representative, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Hernandez.
Just to follow up with that, City Attorney Neiman, these are recommendations, right? And so we don't lose our freedom of speech as members of council. And it
Correct.
is very common for elected officials, both locally and statewide, to take a position on referendums, to take a position on collective bargaining agreements. And so that would not preclude members of council to give their own opinion, so long as that they state it is their opinion and only theirs.
That's correct, ma'am. And historically, some members of council have been very deliberate about stating that in their mailer or their informational, that this is being made in their capacity, not as a member of council.
And I think that's an excellent question, and I think it's important to repeat that a little louder.
Well, the other thing, Mayor, before you go any further, is you would also, and the concern under the law is that you don't spend city resources making those statements when you're taking a position for or against. So when council members speak in your personal opinion about one issue or the other, you should always ensure that you're not using city resources when disseminating that information.
Thank you for that. Go ahead, sir.
City, just to clarify a little bit more, city resources, including having a community meeting at a city facility.
Correct. Those are city resources.
Okay.
And people are there on city time and they're being paid to conduct that campaign or that educational effort.
Yeah, because I'm thinking like Mayor Pro Tem Kennedy, that I will use one of my community meetings as well, and we usually have it at city facilities. So it would be inappropriate to say something at that point because we are in a city facility and we're using city resources.
I would recommend against it.
Okay.
But there might be a differing opinion. So we recommend against taking those types of positions at a community meeting that is your community meeting and you invited your constituents. traditionally you all use your city email to invite people to come to those community meetings, so that's a city resource. So you need to be very cognizant of what city resources are being used at what point and what is being disseminated at that meeting.
Thank you. Ms. Prine?
Sir, if I may, I just want to point out one quick note for all the council members. I'll be, assuming that this passes, I'll be reaching out to your offices. I have a very small window to turn this around in because y'all of the limitations that y'all have posted. August 13th through September 6th is the window. And so if you all could look at your calendars, and I will be reaching out to your staff to make sure that we can coordinate those community meetings. August 13th through September the 6th. So it's a very small window. Y'all are keeping me very busy.
Thank you, ma'am. With that, Ms. Prine?
Yes. Yes, sir. The motion was made by Representative Salcido, seconded by Representative Acevedo, and this is to direct the city manager and city attorney to prepare and host 9 community meetings in each city council district. There will be 8 in person, 1 hybrid, to inform, educate, and explain in detail the proposed ordinance calling an election on November 5th, 2024, and to provide a cost analysis and detailed line item budget for the community outreach, mailers, text messages, educational campaigns related to the voter education the city will provide for this election. And also the outreach should commence once the election is called and be completed no later than 2 weeks before the first ballots by mail are sent out. Is that correct? Thank you. On that motion.
Hold on 1 second, please. I'm sorry, Representative Canales.
Yeah, just one final clarifying question. Ms. Cruz Acosta, is the end of your timeline there, is that related to the part of the posting language that says outreach should be completed by no later than 2 weeks before the
Yes, sir.
ballots
The
are sent
first
out?
ballots are sent out September 20th, so 2 weeks before that would be September 6th.
Would an additional week on the end of that be helpful for you in terms of fitting everything in?
It would, especially considering that Labor Day is around that time frame. So yeah.
Okay, is that something that my colleagues would consider? I think, again, if they're not being sent out, that's not the day they're sent out is not the day they're received. There will be some extra time built in. Okay.
Yeah, any additional time would be helpful.
If you'd consider that as a friendly amendment, I think that would be appreciated.
So how much time, Representative Salcido?
1 week.
To be completed 1 week after?
No later than 1 week before the first ballot?
Yeah, no.
From 2 weeks to 1 week.
Okay, got it.
And then the one thing that I was going to say is you didn't read the last sentence when you read it.
The communication should include
Yes.
a timeline of events from 2012 to the present and a list of all expenditures for bond series that have been sold but not fully utilized. Is that correct? Okay.
All right, with that,
Call for the vote. In the voting session, and the motion passes 7-1. Representative Fierro voting nay. The remainder of council voting aye. The motion does pass.
we got executive session.
Council, is there a motion to retire into executive session? There's a motion and a second to retire into executive session. All in favor? Anyone opposed? And the City Council of the City of El Paso may retire into executive session pursuant to Section 3.5A of the El Paso City Charter and the Texas Government Code, Chapter 551, Subchapter D, to discuss any of the following. Executive session item 1, William C. Haywood versus City of El Paso, Texas et al. Case number 320-CV-00114, matter number 20-1026-11325 under 551.071. Executive session item 2, Joseph Pickett versus City of El Paso, 384th District Court, cause 2020 DCV 3514 under 551.071. Executive session item 3, Adrian De Luna et al. Versus City of El Paso, Texas et al. Cause number 2021 DCV 3548 under 551.071. Executive session item 4, application of El Paso Electric Company to upgrade its generation cost recovery rider related to Newman 6 HQ number utility-31 under 551.071. Executive session item 5, El Paso Electric Company Military Base Discount Recovery Factor, HQ number utility-47, under 551.071. Executive session item 6, purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property located in El Paso, HQ number 24-2276, under 551.071 and 551.072. Executive session item 7, discussion on potential economic development opportunities in El Paso, Texas, HQ number 24-2539, under 551.072 and 551.087. And executive session item 8, Public Information Act request related to selection of city manager, HQ number 24-TPIA-357 under 551.071. These matters are taken into executive session under 551.071, consultation with attorney, 551.072, deliberation regarding real property, and 551.087, deliberation regarding economic development negotiations. It is 11:18 a.m.